Is it loading?
Go. We're ready.
Beautiful. We are live now, I believe. Hello, and welcome to the Affiliate Gathering 2024. We are live at the beautiful Malway Son in York. I'm Matt. I'm a Publisher Success Manager here at Ezoic, and welcome to your Ezoic digital stream. We will be chatting to a whole bunch of people at the event, people at Ezoic, others in the industry. We'll be chatting to the sponsors, and at the end, we'll also be chatting to Carl, the owner and founder of Affiliate Gathering. Today, I am first joined by the wonderful Jen, who also is here at Ezoic. So we're going to be chatting everything, the start of the event, what we've seen so far, and what we think. Jen, welcome on. How are you doing?
Very well, thanks very much, Matt. Hello, everyone. My name is Jennifer Cannon, and I also work on the Publisher Success team here at Ezoic as part of our VIP team. So I work in the London office. So had a nice trip up north to York yesterday. Unfortunately, we had train strikes here in the UK, so we had to bundle into a car.
It was chaos.
It was chaos, but we made it here in the end, and yeah, it's great to be here.
I'm very, very glad you're here. And what do you think of the event so far?
It's great. So I was at the Affiliate Gathering a couple of years ago. So I believe Carl's first Affiliate Gathering event, and we were over at the Principal, which is actually just down the road from here at Malmaison. And it was a great event. He always puts on great events, but here it's a completely different vibe. Very new, trendy, fresh.
Yeah.
We were chatting just before the podcast about the main speakers room. It has a really warm vibe, very similar to the Everyman Cinema, which is, if people are in the UK, it's like a very posh cinema chain, but just very bright, warm, engaging, and which is kind of echoing like the feeling, the sentiment at the event. I think everyone's just quite excited. There's a lot of like mingling and buzz already quite early in the day.
Yeah, sure. And especially if you're learning about new SEO strategies or data points, and that can be a little bit overwhelming. Doing it in a more friendly and warm atmosphere is, I think, sometimes what you need to digest that information in a way that's more easily available to you, I think.
Absolutely. And it's a really friendly vibe out there. And that's why I really enjoy working with publishers because I think everyone is just, trying to build their business genuinely lovely, and everyone's very collaborative. And you can feel that outside. People are really interested to network, to just tap into everyone's thoughts on various different strategies. And so a lot of people that I've spoken to already have said, when I've asked them about which sessions they're most interested in attending, have been talking about the breakout sessions and the networking because they're most excited about just tapping into the knowledge of the attendees, as well as just soaking up that knowledge from people on stage.
For sure. And speaking about publishers and the publishers that you work with, would you be able to tell us and the live stream just a little bit more about what you tend to help publishers out with?
Yeah, sure. So on the VIP team and across Publisher Success at Ezoic, we're really here to have strategic conversations with publishers about how to build their audience and position their business for long-term growth. So what does that mean on a day-to-day basis? I spend a lot of time in our big data analytics suite. So if you're a Ezoic publisher, this is a incredible treasure trove of data, and you can kind of get lost in different rabbit holes. But I look at different trends. So I'm trying to identify changes in user demographics. So publishers who are seeing changes in where the location of where their users are coming from, changes in device, and then also looking at changes in advertiser behavior. So I'm kind of sharing insights, helping to guide them on where to best focus their business moving forward. So currently video is on everyone's minds. We're talking a lot about how to diversify your content creation strategy to make sure that publishers are sending content out into the world in ways in which users want to consume it. And a lot of publishers on Ezoic are text first. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And then trying to adapt to the changing environment of kind of the youth, being more interested in consuming that video content and not necessarily abandoning their traditional content strategy, but thinking about ways of diversifying it and kind of getting into the video medium. But we chat about SEO, we chat about marketing strategies, like how to get into social media, how to build out your email marketing lists. I mean, it's just
it's a really wide range.
Really wide range. But yeah, I mean, it goes back to that. How can you consult to help publishers get the most out of Ezoic's technology, but then also look more broadly at the industry and help them navigate that ever-changing and evolving environment.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting that you mentioned video there. It's definitely an aspect of web development that I think is getting a lot more buzz recently, and people are really starting to tune on to the fact that it is so important in generating traffic and engagement. And would you say there's anything else that you might have picked up so far that people are really, really invested in or excited about so far at this event?
In this event, a lot of people are talking about Google algorithm updates. I think that's what everyone's mind in the past 45 days. There's just been a lot of turbulence, a lot of disruption.
Yeah.
And I think people are looking to experts in the space about how to navigate that and what they should be doing, how they should be adapting their businesses just to continue to grow. So I was looking at the schedule, and there are quite a few SEO sessions on, and I think that people are just intrigued to maybe hear people's thoughts on what's like in that black box of Google and how to kind of adapt to that.
Yeah, for sure. I think that it's always hard to know exactly what Google's looking for, and that can also, the goalposts of that can change from update to update so easily.
Mm.
You know, we've seen in the past, for example, sites with an FAQ on every page work really, really well, and now it doesn't work so well. And so there's a lot of trends that tend to be just in one bubble of time, and it's trying to find what it is now that is going to help people that maybe didn't before, but due to the update is now coming to the forefront. And we've seen people chat about that a little bit so far today already. There was a really good session earlier on 20 SEO tips in 20 minutes. Just some quick fire ones, but we are definitely seeing that focus on how to help with specifically recovery from that update. Would you say there's anything that your publishers that you work with are focusing on doing to help them improve since the update?
I think in general, when I speak to my publishers, it's all about providing valuable content to your visitors and just continue doing what you're doing and doing it well. Don't try and game the system. And we were actually talking a lot at our mastermind class. You were talking a lot. I was just sitting and watching your presentation. But about not trying to over gamify. You know, don't. You know, there are obviously you're supposed to be implementing best strategies in terms of SEO. You want to be getting your site as fast as possible. So core vitals are really important. But ultimately, what you're trying to do is meet the user intent of whatever, if you're looking at Google, whatever search phrase that they are putting into the search engine. So you're trying to just deliver content that's valuable to your audience, and everything else should just be polishing what the main purpose is just communicating value to your audience.
For sure.
So I think it's just, I think once you start like focusing too much on like the tricks, that's when like Google catches you out, because your focus shouldn't be on gaming the system. Your focus should be on the core content of your site. So I think it's just having those conversations with publishers and kind of like keep on doing the quality work that you are doing.
Yeah, and you mentioned earlier about the passion of the event. I think that's something that is really special when you can bring a bunch of creators together and focus not just on the SEO and analytical side and the strategy, but also on the passion of creating and why they made their site in the first place. Because ultimately, we do often see that is why people keep going and they keep making content even when they get knocked down by Google. So I think you're right on in saying that focus on what is actually helpful for the visitor? What is their search intent when they originally made that search? Sometimes it's just the most important thing to focus on. Have you been able to have a chat with any of the people attending so far?
Yeah, I've had several really interesting chats with publishers and also speakers, just about what they're looking forward to the most, what they're trying to get out of the event, and it's been varied. But I think predominantly it's just that crowdsourcing of information, just learning. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I do think that it's almost like a hive mind situation here, where you bring somebody into the field that's really good, specifically at YouTube, and somebody else that's got a background in Pinterest, and you bring all these different strategies together. And the more you talk to people, you sort of take little bits from everyone's strategy and see how can I apply that to not just my own site if I am a publisher, but also when you're working with the publishers that you tend to day to day, can you take what somebody else has done and use that as advice to help them in their position?
Absolutely. And I think that's a really important thing to be thinking about with regards to diversification of content, because ultimately you're a content creator, you are not a blogger. And I think that is a mindset that a lot of people need to appreciate within themselves. Like I think a lot of publishers here join the business as a written content creator, but recognizing that you can be so much more than that. You can spread your word and your message via video, via social channels, and just finding ways and finding mentors, or just finding ways to be able to diversify and just build your business horizontally.
For sure.
And having the confidence, I think, to be able to do that as well. And I think these events are great because you just make connections and you can learn and you can test things out and realize that you can take yourself out of your comfort zone and you don't need to write. You can just, you can do more than just write.
Yeah. And just looking at those talks at the start of this morning, and it was really going on about being able to not just use normal web development techniques, but also go outside of that to something like TikTok, that we tend to think of as just the only Gen Z tool, but actually anyone can make a TikTok, and by focusing consistently on that, that publisher was able to make a whole new traffic source of people that he may have never found otherwise. So definitely about incorporating those different strategies to find ways that your brand can blossom in that may have not even existed, let alone being profitable 5 or 6 years ago. It isn't something that we were thinking about with vertical form content, and now it's really important. Is there any last words that you might want to share about what you're looking forward to for today?
I think I'm looking forward to learning. I'm a really geek like that. I love these type of events and just kind of like soaking up the knowledge on stage and the knowledge just in the crowd. And being able to have a little bit of face-to-face contact, contact in the flesh. Although I spend a lot of time speaking to publishers via conference calls, by email, I think that in a post-COVID world, we don't frequently have these opportunities to actually meet people in the flesh and make real world person-to-person connections.
Yeah, for sure.
So I've been excited about that for a while. So I'm looking forward to that face-to-face time.
Oh, fantastic! I definitely agree with you. I think that it's really nice to be able to get face-to-face again after so long of just Zoom calls or virtual conferences. I really appreciate it. Thank you for taking the time to chat to us today.
Absolute pleasure.
And I hope that you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Will do. Go ahead.
Hello, welcome back to the Ezoic digital stream at Affiliate Gathering 2024. Now I am joined by the wonderful Ryan from Motion Invest.
Hello.
Hello, Ryan. And we're going to be chatting a little bit more about, again, what we think of the conference so far and also about Motion Invest. So, Ryan, to take us away, I would love to know a little bit more about what you do at Motion Invest.
For sure. Well, let me start with a little basic intro. My name is Ryan Watson. First time attending this conference on behalf of Motion Invest. And my role in Motion Invest is mostly digital marketing, content creation, social media, and just helping out with any other tasks that come around. I also do outreach. And yeah, like I said, if you follow us on social media channels, I'm usually the ones posting the photos or pictures or anything like that.
Awesome. And so you come from that sort of background of marketing and communications?
Yeah, like many people here, I got started in the industry blogging and putting together niche websites. So that kind of gave me a bit of an understanding of different things, obviously content creation and writing, setting up websites, social media, and sort of everything that went along with it. For a while, I was also doing some freelance work, just designing websites for local businesses and things like that. But with Motion Invest, I found that I've really been able to hone my skills and learn from other people, this conference being a great example, but also just working on projects. I've actually worked a little bit with Ezoic before on different case studies that we put together. So it's what I love about working with Motion Invest is they have so many connections with really informed people and companies, and it's great to kind of just build my own knowledge through that.
Yeah, to be able to sort of build on the back of that and say, oh, right, I recognize that one, and we work together.
Yeah, and it's interesting coming to this conference and having talked to some of these people on social media and then seeing them in person. It's like putting a whole body and personality to just the face and the name that you see online.
It can feel almost surreal when you chat to somebody for a while or seeing them on social media and seeing their presence, and then in real life you're just chatting and it's suddenly like, this feels strange.
It does. It feels strange because sometimes you know the people's names too, and obviously they don't know you too well. And you're like, that's this person. Yeah. Or whoever it might be. Yeah. Obviously they don't know you too well, but yeah, you don't want to start geeking out too hard. We're obviously excited to meet them and hear from them. And yeah, I'm really excited to just be at this conference, and hearing all the speeches so far has been really great. And I know that there's a lot more, so I'm looking forward to just taking everything into it.
Awesome. And speaking of the conference so far, have you had a chance to watch any of the pictures and presentations?
Yeah, I have been watching presentations on and off. I've kind of been going back and forth to my booth. We've had a small issue with getting a banner that was supposed to be sent here up and situated outside of our website. Unfortunately, it hasn't arrived. So I'm being kind of going back and forth, but when I have the chance, I am sitting down and listening to the speeches, and they've all been really good so far.
Nice. And was there something specific about a speech or a tip or a hint so far that you thought, oh, this is really useful, I didn't know before?
Not so much that, but when I was listening to Jason's speech at the start, I was very intrigued by what he was saying. He was kind of just doing a case study about blogging and how long it takes for content to rank through the traditional means of writing and blogging as compared to parasite methods like Reddit or even just posting things on YouTube. So I thought that was a good takeaway to see that, again, we had just kind of gone through this huge March update and a lot of people were punished for being so reliant on Google. He was saying that there's now ways, to transition and see immediate effect and immediate positive growth rather than starting a new website and waiting forever to see your first impressions or two on Google Search Console. So I think that was the most actionable thing taken. It's just that there's other ways to sort of market yourself, and you should, if you're running a business or running your own website, be exploring these things because, like I said, the March update hit people who are overly reliant on Google quite hard. So.
Yeah, I did think that was really, really interesting. We were chatting just before with Jennifer, that also works here at Ezoic, about how it was really fascinating looking at that case study and also seeing somebody who was a long-standing publisher pivot into newer forms of content, or pivoting into vertical videos and things that you previously potentially wouldn't have been avenues just a few years ago, and now really having that as a substantial side stream of impressions and sometimes even revenue as well.
Yeah, for sure. And what I also took away from that was he was saying how well people or the traffic converts on YouTube as opposed to blogging. And just as, as someone who personally uses these platforms, not even solely for a marketing perspective, but if I'm looking up at a review for shoes or whatever, I'm definitely going to go to YouTube, and I'm definitely going to pay attention to the people who put their face there and show some authority and even have the shoes and then kind of give you a whole rundown about the shoes. That is going to convert so much better. And just hearing that from, again, someone who has a lot of experience in the traditional SEO and was probably had some sort of biases towards that, but can recognize how the industry is shifting a little bit and the value of these other platforms. I think that was super valuable to hear.
Definitely think, I'm like you, if I want to know if something actually works or how it looks, if I'm buying a poster or artwork or a new piece of technology or a part of a PC, I'll usually watch something on YouTube about that because you want to see somebody who has it in their hands. And it's nice to see the tech and the stats behind it of, how well does this actually convert? And it turns out very, very well.
Very, very well. Yeah, for sure. So something to consider moving forward. I'm sure Motion Invest will, right now we don't have too much going on YouTube, but I'm sure one of the takeaways for me is just kind of be growing our YouTube channel and putting more things out on other platforms other than just our website.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Speaking of Motion Invest, I think it'd be fantastic just for the folks that are on the live stream that may not be super familiar with Motion Invest, just to chat a bit more about who Motion Invest are and what they do.
Yeah, for sure. So Motion Invest was founded in 2019, and it is a marketplace to buy and sell websites. The idea came about as we saw a bunch of people flipping websites, but it was primarily done through Facebook groups, and there wasn't really a presence there who could help people answer questions and also just be the middleman, the broker who can make sure that the deal goes through successfully rather than people backing out or potentially getting scammed or whatever it might be. So Motion Invest was founded off that idea and has since kind of grown. The industry has grown significantly since back then. We're seeing a lot higher multiple websites now listed in our marketplace rather than before it was a bit more focused on starter websites. But we sell all sorts of websites, software as a service websites, e-commerce websites, and our bread and butter is selling content websites, anywhere from starter websites with just a few keywords ranking to, again, websites bringing in 30,000, 50,000 per month.
Awesome. So it's a real big variety then of websites that are available on the platform.
Yeah, and what I would say Motion Invest does really well is we don't try and force anybody to sell their website with us. What we do is provide a free obligation or a free valuation with no obligation to anyone who's interested in selling their website. And from there, if you are interested in selling your website, we have a dedicated team that's going to assist you throughout the process, make sure that you have everything done. And we also speak with potential buyers on your behalf. And you don't have to pay any fees if you're selling your website through Motion Invest until the website is actually sold. All we ask is for a short period of exclusivity where we try and sell your website, usually ranging between 30 to 90 days, depending on the website. So in that sense, I think what we do compared to other places is if you're looking to sell your website, you don't want to go through all the hassle of going onto Facebook groups and talking to all these people and doing it all yourself. What you can do is work for us and we'll take a very small commission. And we already have a large pool of buyers. And I think, I don't have the exact stats off me, but most recently, we generally sell websites within 14 to 16 days once they've been listed on our website. So the turnaround time is quite quick.
Yeah, that's really quick. I definitely think, you compare it to something like Facebook, and it can be really time consuming to talk to some of the buyers on there, not just to source them, but then to go through that process, and then for a lot of people on Facebook to drop out. And when someone's already trying to manage their content and keep that up whilst looking to sell a site, that can be quite difficult to do at the same time. So that's something that they don't need to worry about when they're selling through Motion Invest.
Yeah, for sure. You make a great point, because before I started with Motion Invest, I would be buying and selling my own niche websites. And like you said, a lot of the time is just spent talking to people. They'll be asking the same sort of questions that you've already posted on your listing. How much is the site earning? What's the URL? Whatever it might be. And you find that, again, like you said, you're just talking to people, but there's nothing really happening. With Motion Invest, all the information's there. People can see how much it is, what keywords it's ranking. We have a built-in API with SEMrush, as well as Originality.ai over there. So people can see right on the website how it's ranking, how traffic is performed over time, and how much AI content is on the website. So as a buyer, all the DD is right there. We make it super simple for you, and that also helps the seller because they're not being bogged down by the same questions all the time.
Yeah, exactly. It just sort of cuts out that middleman of being like, oh right, what's this, and that back and forth. It can, depending on time differences especially, it might take quite a while.
Oh yes.
So being able to have that right in front of you is really, really helpful.
Yeah.
Would you say that's what makes Motion Invest the most unique, or is there something else that you think is really, really cool?
I definitely do think that is a big selling point. I think we have a great team of really passionate and knowledgeable owners, which is another thing I think is very valuable. And I just think overall Motion Invest, what we do compared to other websites like Flippa and Empire Flippers is that we are servicing, like I said at the start, a wide range of sites and prices. And we have, again, a really big pool of buyers, which I would say is the biggest thing if you're looking to sell a website. You're not just selling it to a small group on Facebook, but we have a large international reach. We have people from all around this conference who have come and told me, we've sold a site on Motion Invest or we bought a site on Motion Invest. And that should just sort of tell you the quality of sites that are listed on Motion Invest. It's not just sort of a quick best of with AI generated content being slapped down from there for $1,000. These are real sites, real brands, generally with newsletters, YouTube accounts, social media accounts, and pretty much ready for you to take the website and bring it to the next level.
That's great to hear that it's not really having to go through the faff, and then also thinking, is this going to be good quality? Do I have to worry about that? Yeah, and that gets really taken care of.
Yeah, for sure.
On a more personal note, I guess, it would be great to know about what you find most fulfilling about your work at Motion Invest.
Yeah, that's a good question. I really enjoy just, again, personally for me, for many years I've been working with businesses and helping them build their website, which is fulfilling to help people get online, but at the same time, once that's done, you're kind of removed from the picture. What I love about Motion Invest is I feel like we're building something every day, and I'm helping with the marketplace. I'm at a conference like this, sort of expanding our presence, talking to new people, and I feel that that's the most fulfilling aspect of it is working on one single thing and seeing it grow and realizing that I'm a part of that growth, and that feels really good. It feels nice to talk about the brand as well, and I feel like when you're working for something, I'm sure you both know this, working for Ezoic, which is a great brand, it makes you feel good when you're working with a brand that you care for and a brand that you like.
Yeah, if you believe in the mission statement, it can be really fulfilling to sort of share that. And definitely think, when you work with somebody longer term, for example, on a site longer term, I think it can be really fulfilling to see that growth. And then when you go to what can be a really stressful period for a lot of publishers that are small and they do focus on buying and selling multiple sites, buying something small and building it up using the growth strategies that we're talking about today at the conference, and then going to sell it, that can be a really stressful time for them to see how well they've done.
Yeah.
So being able to have a platform that they know and they trust to be able to do that is really, really powerful.
For sure.
Is there anything that somebody who might not be super familiar with Motion Invest might not have taken away or might not have known that you think is a really interesting fact?
It's a good question.
I put you on the spot.
You put me on the spot here for something I didn't prepare for sure. I think something that people would find interesting about Motion Invest is that we do a lot to help buyers and sellers, even people who aren't selling solely through our platform. Right now we have, as I mentioned before, that free valuation tool, which is very accurate and provided by our DD team. We'll give you a complete rundown of what your site is worth. And again, you're not obligated to sell from us. So you could start your process and be kind of curious to get an expert opinion of how much your site is worth. And then you could go onto these Facebook marketplaces or other places and say, hey, I know my site is worth this much. That's what I want to go for, sort of thing. So I think in that sense, it's a cool thing. And one thing that I'll kind of shout out is personally, since I've started, we've been kind of revamping the content and trying to make the content more suitable for people who are looking to sell or buy a website, and also just people who are looking to make a content website. So the content has kind of improved, and if you haven't been on our website in a while, I think it's worth checking out our blog, checking out our website, and checking out the sites available just to see kind of what we offer and how we can help in your process.
Awesome. I definitely do think that's a really important point, because having that free valuation is something that is very important to deciding whether you will sell the site in the first place and how you want to sell the site. And there's not many avenues where you can trust that site valuation figure. And it's an incredibly important figure because it can often be quite a large figure.
For sure.
So being able to have somewhere that you can trust to get that figure from without any obligation is a really, really great extra to be able to provide to people.
Yeah.
Just a last question for you before I let you go. Is there anything that you're particularly excited about or you're looking forward to coming up at the affiliate gathering later today?
Later today, there's a Q&A, which should be really good. I'm excited to just hear more of the speeches, talk to more people, let everyone know a bit more about Motion Invest, and just kind of take in the whole day. It's an exciting day. Personally, this is my first affiliate marketing-based conference, and it's fun to talk about affiliate marketing and content marketing with people who are also in the industry, rather than trying to bounce your ideas off your friends who really only know social media from a user perspective sort of thing. So in that sense, I'm just excited to talk to everybody here. There's so many great publishers, great content creators, and I'm sure I'm just trying to take in everything as it comes.
Yeah, it's definitely a really good buzz about the place today.
Oh yeah, for sure. It feels that every time the stage, someone finishes speaking, they come outside, you can feel all that energy out there. You kind of just want to be there talking with everybody. It's exciting, and I love it because a lot of the times affiliate marketing, it feels solo. You know, you don't want to tell other people what you're doing for fear that they may steal your keywords. You don't want to go too in depth about your projects online. Yeah. But here it's like everybody's cheering for each other. Everybody's working for each other's success. So it's a great environment, and that's kind of all I want to say.
Awesome. Well, thank you very, very much, Ryan, for joining us. Really appreciate that.
Yeah.
And thank you also for watching us talk. Hello, welcome back to the Ezoic Affiliate Gathering 2024 live stream. Thank you for bearing with us while we had some slight technical difficulties. You know what these things are like on the day. I'm joined now by the wonderful Ben, a business development manager here at Ezoic, and we're going to be chatting about the last few presentations that we've just been watching and really how they apply to the current industry. Ben, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today?
Yeah, good. It's good to go back and repeat ourselves. Good job we like speaking, Matt. That'd be no good.
Yeah, hate it.
Everyone. Yeah, it's great. It's great to see publishers in person compared to sort of the usual stuff over Zoom and email. Feels a lot more personable, especially at a time when things just feel a bit more, a lot of changes, a lot of things going on, and yeah, it's great to connect with people.
Is this your first affiliate conference or conference in the industry?
Within the industry, yeah, first time. So yeah, absolutely loving it, and very insightful for sure. So definitely taking a lot from it. Yeah, which is great.
Awesome, glad to hear. Now we chatted about it just before whilst we were on mute accidentally. But I would love for you just to chat for those of the people on the live stream that don't quite know what your role is at Ezoic, what you do, and how you help our publishers.
Yeah, sure. So I work as a business development manager. So my key role is prospecting and meeting new customers and essentially bringing new revenue obviously to the company, whilst also helping publishers grow and using our tools. Hopefully some industry insight that I've had been in the company for 2 years. 2 years next week. So nice to do something for it as well. I know this event's not just for me, obviously, but it's great to do that.
Yeah,
so,
sure.
And from that, we then sort of get everyone going and then go to our account managers, which is what you do, Matt. So yeah.
Exactly. So as we chatted earlier with Jennifer, both myself and Jennifer manage and help our publishers long term with content strategy and really rely on the expertise of people such as Ben to get those sites into a fantastic position. So it's really important work what you do. Now, speaking more towards what we've just been watching recently at the affiliate gathering, has there been any chats so far, presentations in the main stage, or chats with publishers that have unearthed a hidden gem that you've not known about?
Yeah, definitely. I think I really enjoyed Matt's speech on the affiliate stuff. I think it's a bit different, sort of what I do on a day-to-day basis. However, I think a lot of the core stuff there about knowing your audience and engaging with customers, whether that being affiliates, using ads or whatever. I think there's a lot of good takeaways from that.
Yeah.
So really enjoyed that, and then I think the key word is just sort of like diversifying, and I think that's super important because of what's going on. Addressing the elephant in the room that we all know is going on, which is Google. So yeah, a lot of good stuff from that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we were chatting that even with Ryan from Motion Invest earlier. We were chatting about how that being able to look at different sources of potential traffic and different sources of monetization and really put many fingers in many pots so that if something like a Google update does happen and that unpredictability comes into reality, you are set up for success on different platforms and you can still leverage those. So I definitely think that's become a really important point, as you say, because people have experienced usually a negative shift in the last couple of months due to the recent updates. So being able to have something to fall back on is really helpful.
Yeah, completely.
We just had a really wonderful presentation with Shino's SEO discussing topic clusters and how that can really go in tandem with the ranch style SEO that we discussed in our Ezoic masterclass just yesterday. Do you think that with the rise of AI and these super long form articles with every single question answered, that these more niche focused people first articles might become more popular going forward?
For sure. I mean, I think with the recent sort of like Google, helpful content stuff, especially you need to write. We've got all these great AI tools and stuff that we do provide at Ezoic and within the industry. But to answer your question, I think you need to be writing to your user, know your audience, and therefore ChatGPT, you shove these keywords into there and it will write, like as you say, like a huge article. So which that's does a human really want to read all of that? I probably wouldn't. It's like write for your reader and understand how the audience interacts with your site. I think it's super important.
Yeah, and on that point, I think it's really interesting and funny sometimes that you can put the most simple question, ChatGPT, of what color is a sunflower, and it will give you a 7-page response. And that does tend to be how people have been approaching. And we're seeing, everything you need to know articles, for example, have the most unique monthly page views. And so it's something that people are pivoting more towards in their content. And that has allowed other creators to then stand out by saying, no, I'll do the opposite, which is really interesting.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think on that as well, not just like churning out like a big chunk of text, like having being dynamic with your content is super important as well. So we need to do more than just for that, So.
And would you say, in terms of content, there's anything that publishers are starting to add to their content or changing with their content that is really helping them to recover from this update?
Yeah, so for sure. So I know that recently, SEMrush has done a lot of analysis into the importance of video. So video is a massive thing that we're pushing, and for the right reasons. With one blog article will rank 52% higher in organic search than without. So that's a perfect example of just diversifying your content for the right reason. And in essence, you're going to boost your engagement and other stuff, which of course is very favourable to Google, even though we all feel they're not being very favourable at the moment. So
we find the wins where we can.
That's it. That's all you can do.
So is that something that you've been pushing the publishers that you work with and encouraging them to try out?
Yeah, for sure. I think when I first started at Ezoic, and this is again only 2 years ago, but I didn't really come from a video background or anything like that particularly. And the way the industry is shifting through these, obviously content updates and the writing to your actual audience. And I think YouTube is the second biggest search engine out there, all video focused. It's super important, have to get on it. So to answer your question, yes. So for my role onboarding, from publishers who have their own channels and they can easily import using our tools, that's great. But for me, I'm more working with video strategies for those who don't do that, and with our tools and my best ability, showing them how to do it themselves. And we're seeing great success in recovery from that, which is great.
I definitely think it's something that a lot of publishers can find different ways to apply to them.
Definitely.
I know that you work with publishers in many different industries and from tool sites to typical content creation sites, and there's always ways that you can fit those videos in. Would you say that there's different ways that videos can be tailored, and have you seen different types of videos that have worked for these specific industries?
Yeah, definitely. I think one thing that I'll sort of push with the people I'm working with, again from different niches, is sort of look at what your top landing pages are. Identify from your video strategy, if you've got a lot of evergreen content that it's going to be always going to be sort of ranking highly with the stuff you're writing for, for sure, that's the first place to start. And then from that, whether it being using Niche IQ, which we provide for the SEO stuff, or looking at keywords from your competitors using SEMrush, then build the video strategy around that, and it's super important to also title those, link to those keywords. So I think the key takeaway is don't just create video and shove it on and that'll 52%, give you higher search rankings. It's making sure it's relevant to your audience and the article that you're posting about. So that's super, super important.
I agree with you. I think it is really important to look at video as not just something to slap on the page, but to have a plan and a content strategy when it comes to video, just as you would do with normal content.
Absolutely.
We have, I've seen people come into our wonderful booth today to discuss our products and talk about video and say, oh, right, I'll use it on my site then. But I think there's also different applications, for example, video length, and if you're going for engagement or if you're searching for increased revenue, there's lots of different applications there. Outside of video, would you say there's any other particular tools that people are more trending towards or that you're encouraging people to take advantage of?
Yeah, I think a lot of stuff, and it goes back to SEO. It all ties in with that, especially with the drops people are seeing. So using our sort of SEO stuff is super important as well, which feeds into your content strategy. And then I think even just sort of traffic sources is a super important thing, diversifying. So even if you don't use our tool specify to convert these videos, at least enabling QMix and getting the shared videos from other publishers in our ecosystem, gets 1.2 billion page views a month, no effort, turn it on, and you're also driving traffic from other sources. So buzzword, just diversify, and it doesn't take a lot of effort.
Mhm.
to do that.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah.
For context, Humix is our video player, which is super lightweight, and I definitely think to your point that being able to have a system where even if you've not managed to create your own videos yet, being able to harness videos that are related to your niche in order to increase that engagement already is incredibly powerful. And especially when you're, all hands on deck trying to recover from an update and you
it's
feel like you
crazy.
don't have the time, being able to just flick it on and that will instantly generate those videos for you, either Flickify or you can use those related videos, can be really, really powerful.
Absolutely, yeah.
Now, speaking about what's coming up next, is there anything that's coming up in the conference, either a presentation or publishers that you really want to talk to? Is there anything that's coming up that you're excited about?
The events, yeah. I think there's a few stuff out there on the spot now. I can't drop the names off the cuff, but yeah, definitely some interesting people here, publishers from all shapes and sizes, and I think it's just we rarely do this in person, just customer facing and being like, hey, what's going on, what's working for you? I think that's an important thing, because I can learn stuff with onboarding people and it's worked for them. Let's look at the data and see if it'll work for you. So just keep chatting to people. That's how love doing.
Yeah, and I know that you've worked with some publishers that are even here today.
Yes.
Which is really exciting because it can be fun and interesting to get on a Zoom call and explain things, but in person is a lot easier to sit down together to chat through how tools work, how the data works, and come up with these plans together in a way that can be really interesting and collaborative. We don't often get those opportunities to do.
Yeah, no, we don't. Some publishers have came from outside the UK, and I think it's we don't get it very often. So it's a perfect timing with what's going on. So great to support and listen, and I'm excited for what's going, to be honest, as well. I think a few people have mentioned, I think Jason mentioned straight away, opportunity. There is so much opportunity out there. I think utilizing the tools and strategies, just got to keep plodding on, I suppose. Keep working.
Exactly. I think that's something that people are really hammering home in this affiliate gathering more than any other, having to ensure, even when there's setbacks or when you see a real significant decline in traffic, that these things are temporary sometimes, that they can come back. And even if they don't, being able to harness the tools that you use naturally as a webmaster to be able to go into other fields, create ways to monetize those, and then bring that back in order to leverage that further.
Yeah, exactly.
So I do think that there's been some really insightful content. Now, speaking about our publishers and how they might be able to recover from the Google update, would you have any key takeaways based on what we have watched so far, and also in your own professional experience, what might someone want to do if they have been hit by the update to sort of bounce back? Yeah,
I think look at the core values as user publisher, and what makes you unique, and what's the way that you're actually engaging with your audience. I think one of the key takeaways, I've just recently got, I can't remember her name on the spot, we recently deployed a very cute dog, about the way you different channels, with that Facebook. That's the one. And straight up asking your audience. I think I took a lot from that. At the minute, it feels like second guessing because Google's just like that. What can we do? What can we try? But I think, especially with helpful content, what is your audience? What do they think? How do they feel? And then you can build your video strategy around that. And I think the toolbox, which definitely we provide, we can do a lot for you for that and help you and collaborate. But I think it does need to start with your users and then build from that. That's super important. So that's the key takeaways. I think sometimes just asking the question as well, I'm definitely with my publishers, just before talking about, we can do this, really just being what's going on? How do you think things are going? What is your audience thinking? Because it's uncertain times, but it'll be fine.
I think that's really distilling it down to the most simplistic essence of put people first, which is, I think, exactly what a lot of people have really come to the conclusion of now of, well, if I can't quite trust these results, and if I'm not sure how these keywords are going to go, why don't I just ask the people looking at my content in the first place? And if I'm making them happy, I will naturally be targeting the niche that those people fall into.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
I definitely would agree that that's been a real focus. But thank you for chatting to us today. Really, really appreciate it.
Yeah.
And I hope that you enjoy the rest of the gathering.
Yeah, absolutely. Same to you and you guys as well. Hope you're getting a lot from this. So, yeah.
Hello, welcome back to the Ezoic Affiliate Gathering 2024 live stream. I am joined now by the wonderful Madeleine Lambert from Originality.ai. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
How are you finding the conference so far?
It's great. Yeah, it's been fun to connect with people and chat with people who sort of used to be in, or I was very much part of this world when I owned my content marketing agency. So it's been nice to sort of come back and
Yeah, back in the fall.
yeah, it's been great.
Tell me a bit more about, I guess, your background. I know
Yeah.
you've been in this sphere for quite a while.
Yeah, for about 8 years.
Yeah.
So I used to own and operate a content marketing business. So yeah, that's kind of how I connected with all of these people. And yeah, then I shifted into a director of marketing and sales position at Originality, which is a software company, and we detect AI content.
Awesome.
Yes.
And how did that shift happen if you going from your original
Yeah.
sort of role to finding a way into originality?
Yeah, so great question. So owning a content marketing business and seeing the wave of generative AI coming was a very scary thing.
Yeah, I can imagine.
We started using tools like Jasper AI, and we saw the power in that, and it scared the crap out of us, right?
I mean, fair enough.
Yeah,
it was a
yeah.
big deal.
So content validation was a really, really difficult thing to do from a content marketing agency standpoint in the first place. So proving that the content that you were delivering to your clients, that it was high quality, was a challenge in itself from the get-go. So we implemented tons of tools like Copyscape, like Market Views. Have you heard of Market Views?
Yeah, the old tools determine the quality,
The
whether
quality.
it's being copied or it's
Exactly.
original content.
Yes, exactly.
essentially.
Exactly. So we implemented those tools within our editorial processes during the content marketing agency days,
Mhm.
to try to help establish that, like, hey, this piece of content is quality, and you got what you paid for, essentially.
Mhm.
And then when we saw generative AI starting to pop up in different places in different shapes and forms, we were like, okay, this could have the potential of really disrupting our industry. And since content validation is the trickiest thing in this business in the first place without this massive issue, how the heck are we going to manage it? So we decided not to.
Which is one way of managing
Right?
it.
Yeah, it's a good way of managing it. So we decided to not weather the storm. We exited that business in 2022, and we got in front of the problem in a different way. So Originality was born to kind of get in front of that problem, of the content validation problem that publishers, agencies, and all sorts of people, basically anybody who's publishing anything on the internet, it needs, right?
Yeah.
And so Originality, we utilize tools like Copyscape and Market Views extensively within editorial processes, and we saw a product market fit for a content validation tool to sit within that editorial process that would flag AI content.
That's
So
fantastic.
that's how Originality was born.
That's really good to hear, though, that it's actually your own experiences,
Yes.
Directly as somebody that Originality would be very useful for, that then enables you to find that gap of like, this is what we need.
For sure. And like as like director of marketing sales, I talk to customers every day, and being able to like personally relate to the people that I'm selling this product to in a very personal way and in a very like intimate way. Like I was
The struggle.
literally, yes, I was them 2 years ago. Makes my job easier and makes them because I understand the pain points so personally, and then makes them trust me more because they know that I know, right?
Yeah, of course, naturally, because you've been there, you've felt that, and so
Exactly.
you know what they're looking for.
And we built this tool specifically to solve that pain, and it was built for them, right? And so that makes it a little bit easier from my standpoint to sell a product that's built to be a solution for a very real problem that people are having.
Yeah. Would you be able to describe a little bit more about as a distilled essence exactly what Originality does and what it performs for your consumers?
Yeah, for sure. So Originality is a AI and plagiarism detection tool. So we do compete with Copyscape a little bit. Our mechanism at which we are able to detect plagiarism is different from Copyscape.
Okay.
But essentially we have the same function. So it's a like all-in-one tool where we're tackling AI generated content as well as plagiarism. We also have fact checking solutions, but AI content detection is kind of our main thing. And so what we do is we sit within your editorial process, no matter like what you are, whether you're a publisher, whether you're a content agency owner, whether you're a like publishing house. We've got lots of book publishers that are coming to us now because they're dealing with all sorts of copyright issues.
I can imagine.
In relation to generative AI, like they're copywriting things that they legally can't, and they don't know that they're publishing things that they legally can't, right? Or sorry, copywriting things.
Yeah, they can't.
Yes.
I got your meaning.
Yes. Sorry. They're running into legal and copyright infringement issues. And so they're flocking to us too. So we've got like a bunch of different use cases, but essentially we just flag AI usage on whatever content you need to understand.
Which I think is definitely pretty key at the moment, because I know we were chatting to some publishers at our masterclass yesterday, and we were discussing how there's a real rise in this of everything you need to know content that's really long and can easily be produced by AI, and there was that concern there of, well, I want to make this hyper niche content that people know is mine, and I've put my stamp on that, and I've put my seal on it, and it's not come from anywhere else.
Right.
So being able to use and have those tools available to give you that peace of mind,
Totally.
and make sure other people know as well.
Especially if you're
important.
especially if you're outsourcing it to other people. Like you want to make sure that transaction is one that has transparency, and that you feel satisfied at the end of the transaction that you got the bang for your buck and a fair deal. Like you're very happy to pay a writer, whatever it is, $140 for an article if they've put their effort and time and work into it. Like I don't, as a marketer, like I don't bat an eye at that. I'm happy with what I received. What I'm not happy about is when I pay $140 for an article and scan it through an AI detection software and it gets flagged 100% AI. That makes me feel like stolen from.
Yeah, because you've invested not just the money, but you've also invested the time and the trust in that person to create that content. So it's a good way of ensuring you're getting what you pay for and ensuring your trust in the product.
Exactly. And at the end of the day, like if you're publishing something on your asset, you want to know what you're publishing. You have the right to know what you're publishing, especially when you have but an entity like Google, and they control your business and how it is shown on the internet. And when you don't know their stance on AI generated content and it's shifting and changing, you want to make sure that you're publishing what you want to publish and not inadvertently publishing AI generated content that could get penalized with the next update.
That is a great point. I'd like to touch on that a little bit more of how Google, see AI, because it does, as you say, it changes all the time. Between every update, and suddenly you're like, oh, I'm not quite sure now. How would you say, since you've started in this space, how do you think Google's perception of AI has changed?
So it's been interesting. I started sort of diving into the, I started at Originality last June. And it has shifted just since then. It has shifted less than a year, so much.
So much has changed, yeah.
Right. So when I first started, it was like, oh, Google doesn't care about AI as long as it's good quality, as long as it is sort of like within the EEAT guidelines.
Yeah.
Like if that happens, you're fine. It doesn't matter if it's AI generated. You have good prompts.
Yeah.
Basically.
Then you're in there.
Yeah, but then in September, people got like completely blindsided by the helpful content update, and people were like, okay, well, what the heck? Because I just got like either de-indexed or lost an X amount of traffic, and for what, And then the common theme was that a lot of that content that led to traffic declines had been AI generated. So it's like, okay, Google says they don't care, but this content that was like good content that had leveraged AI is now being penalized despite the fact that it was like good quality content. So like, who really cares? There's a big question mark after that, right?
Yeah, it's hard to know.
It's hard to
exactly what
know.
the stance was.
Exactly. But then March 2024 came around, and then people's businesses just got completely decimated. And so then it became very, very clear that it was like an attack on AI generated content. So when you have like affiliate sites that just went from 1 million in traffic to de-indexed, it's a clear attack on AI generated content.
And considering that attack that's become more apparent,
Yes.
how would you say content creators now going forward that still would like to leverage AI
Yeah.
should try and balance the sort of volume of creating content versus quality and how you go about still using those tools?
Yeah, so I think I would say that it takes a lot more caution now. And I would be, as a content creator myself, like I'm extremely cautious of my AI usage when I'm creating a piece of content. And I let it help me, but I edit it extensively and I add in a lot of like humanness.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean like tons of spelling mistakes and like that's not what I mean by that.
The personality and the like
Personality,
brand and essence of who you are.
and like sentiment, because we all know that AI generated content loses its sentiment. So I really try to insert some more sentiment into it. And yeah, just I spend a lot of time on my content, and I would suggest that people do the same. I think that when generative AI came out, people were excited. People were like, "Oh, I can do so much more now in the time that I have." And everybody was right to feel that way. But I think that it's bitten people pretty hard.
For sure.
Yeah.
So am I right in thinking then that you would use it as a base and then you would build from it and alter it from there?
So I would still use my own like outline, and then I would plug in certain elements of my outline to sort of like expand on certain things or add more like depth or an angle that I hadn't thought of yet. And so those are the types of prompts that I look for.
Right.
And then I build my piece of content around it.
So it's almost like you're using the AI as your own assistant instead of just a writer.
Exactly. Yes, for sure. And so I think that's how I recommend. I'm not like an expert by any means, but like that's how I would recommend. And I run all of my, and like this isn't just a plug for Originality, but like I run all of my stuff through Originality to make sure that it's not getting flagged as like flagrant AI usage.
Yeah, which it's important now, especially as you say, even if you're taking those precautions, you might as well take that extra precaution at the end of creating that content because you've spent all that time investing into that piece.
Yeah.
You might as well make sure it's not going to get flagged.
Yeah, and we know that Google has the ability to detect AI generated content. We know that, we've seen it, they've shown us through the updates that they've done that they have the ability to know what's human written, what's AI generated. So I think it's very important.
And there's just one final question before I let you go.
Yeah.
How do you think the sort of reaction to AI-based content is going to maybe influence search engine positions going forward? Do you think that AI content will continue being pushed down? Do you think maybe there'll be a way to find opportunities, like you say, with an assistant method to maybe get AI content back up in search rankings?
Yeah, so interesting study. We did a study on how much AI content is in like Google top results like search, right? And in March we did that analysis, and it was like 10.3% of the top content in Google for specific keywords, and a lot of them were still in the search results. We did that same study 1 month later, and it was up to 11.5 or something percent. It went up drastically within just a month. So before ChatGPT came out, it was like under 2%. Then post ChatGPT, it was 10.3. 1 month after that analysis is more. So Google is battling with AI generated content. It's still seeping into the SERPs. It's still getting in there. And that means that Google is facing a bit of an existential threat, right? So when they see AI generated content sort of infiltrating their top results, they are threatened by that, because why would people come to Google anymore if they can just go straight to the source,
Yeah,
if they're regurgitating the same thing anyways, right? So we predict that Google will come out with like harsher penalties, more frequent penalties to try to keep this at bay, because they are facing an existential threat.
That's fascinating. It does seem like something that's still, even despite what's happened very recently, it's still coming
It's
more
still
and
coming
more
up.
into the search
Yes.
results.
Yeah, it's still seeping in, and they're having trouble keeping it at bay. So we predict harsher, more frequent penalties to be rolled out.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very, very much for joining us today,
thank
for
you for
sharing the
having me.
insights.
Yes.
It's been really helpful.
Thank you.
And hopefully you'll enjoy the rest of the conference. Now we've got a couple hours left and a couple of talks.
Yes.
So
Thank
hope
you.
enjoy them.
Thank you.
Hello there, welcome back. I'm Matt, and welcome to our Affiliate Gathering 2024 Ezoic live stream. I'm joined now by a wonderful fellow content creator who has graciously agreed to join us today and have a little bit of a chat about how they're finding Affiliate Gathering, the chats that we've had so far and the presentations, as well as the sort of future of the publishing business. So Adam, thank you very, very much. Please feel free to introduce yourself to the wonderful live stream.
I'm Adam, come from the Isle of Wight, and we've got a small publishing business, several websites.
Awesome. And it'd be great to know first just a little bit about your background. How did you get into digital publishing?
Years ago, I think 1997, I started, at the time, people used to email jokes around, and the web was in its infancy. And I made a website called Tractor Junk, which was just archiving all of these jokes and cartoons and things. That died when I forgot to renew the domain name, so that was a bit of a lesson in itself.
Like that. We've all been there.
But it started getting lots of traffic, and I started getting interested in SEO. At the time, there was no way to monetize it. There was no Google AdSense or anything like that. In 2003, I started a metric conversion site doing conversions like Celsius, Fahrenheit, meters of feet. And I created that just as a kind of hobby. And about a month later, I had a look, and it was getting loads of traffic. So I thought I'd try putting some adverts on. Then by 2007, I suppose 4 years later, I gave up my day job because it was just earning more than I was earning elsewhere. And it's kind of grown from there. So last year was its 20th anniversary.
That's incredible. There's very few sites that can say that.
Yeah,
So that's impressive.
It's been going quite a long time.
And since then, you've also sort of really expanded your portfolio, and you've got quite a number of websites now.
Yeah, on and off. We kind of do a shotgun approach. We create lots of websites, and some of them take, and some of them don't, and die. And there was one that we sold last year that we actually started in 2014. Forgot that it was even there. It was just sat on the server doing its thing. And then Mike said to me one day, like, I think that site's getting a lot of traffic, and it's suddenly woken up years later.
Yeah.
Got a few good links. I think there was a TechCrunch article that linked to it, because it was a password generator site, and suddenly it was top of the rankings. So sometimes these sites can lie in hibernation for a long while and then suddenly wake up.
Yeah, and they surprise you.
So we try and just seed it and wait for which ones actually start doing something. And if they start doing something, they warrant more of our time to do some more work on them. Yeah.
And would you say that's like a publishing style you would recommend for new people looking to start a website, of maybe not expecting every single website to be a success?
Yeah. Would I recommend it? We've got the luxury of, because Metric pays our bills, we've got the luxury of doing that, and we haven't got to be in a hurry. If you were starting out doing it, I wouldn't give up your day job straight away to do that strategy.
Yeah.
So that's the way we do it. But and I think every website takes years to get anywhere in reality. I mean, I've heard these overnight success stories, but I think they're quite rare. Also, they're a bit fragile, because if they haven't been around for a long time, they can drop just as quickly as
they rose.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's a great point. I'd also love to know a little bit more about how you found Ezoic and ended up starting to work with us.
Yeah, I mean, we got badgered by Ezoic for years. But we got so many people trying to do our advertising. I kind of ignored it all. But we were using Google Ad Exchange and Rubicon, and our revenue was just declining all the time, and we were spending more and more time trying to manage it. And so we thought we'd give Ezoic a go, probably about 2 years ago now. And it was great because suddenly all the time consuming and the headaches was taken away because Ezoic takes care of that. And overnight we were earning far more money than we were before. So yeah.
Well, it's good. You can't complain at that. That's fantastic.
Yeah, you earn more money for less time. That's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then there's all these other tools that I haven't even begun to explore, but like Flickify, Humix, and I was just talking about video because we haven't ever done any video. So it's all interesting stuff to.
Mm-hmm. It's good to always have, even if you use a tool, but to know that there's those avenues to go down when you have a spare moment. That can be really powerful.
And the Core Web Vitals thing is quite useful as well because before you can go on to page speed.
Page speed insights.
Yeah. And you see your scores, but then you haven't got a clue really how to fix it.
With it.
But with the Leap tool, I found was quite good that you can put that on. It fixes a lot of things, and you can go back and fix it properly. Over time, and you can see what needs to be done.
No, I definitely think that's as somebody who's been with Ezoic for over 5 years now. And I was here back before we had a tool called Leap. Before we didn't have any site speed tools, and then we made one that just improved site speed. And it was useful for some people because it made the site run faster. But then if a site was really bloated down by other things, other technologies, it couldn't really point that out. So you didn't really know where to turn. Whereas the good thing about Leap, which for context is our site speed enhancing color vitals tool, is that technology section, as you say, because you get that granular look into exactly what's on the site, what's causing a slowdown, and then you can decide for yourself if it's important.
And years ago, we had a site in Chinese, and we weren't getting much Chinese traffic at all. And I had no way of telling why that was. And I went to China in 2016 and went to the site from inside China. And the reason was that I was using Google libraries, such as analytics and loading jQuery through Google. And of course, behind the Great Firewall, it slows everything down. So the site was there, but all the JavaScript libraries and things weren't loading because they were being pulled from Google. So when I got back, I removed it for the Chinese pages and suddenly got traffic in China.
Oh, that's fascinating.
And if I'd had the Leap tool back then, of course I would have known without actually having to go to China and find out.
Yeah, that definitely makes it cheaper that you have to buy tickets to go all the way to China. But no, that's a really good example actually of that sort of problem that sometimes you can know that something's not quite right, but you don't really know what the problem is. And so being able to have it flagged for you when there's already so many things to look at is really helpful because you don't then have to go through the whole troubleshooting process yourself.
Yeah.
No, thank you for talking about that. In terms of more recently, this lovely gathering right now in the beautiful Malmaison in this very cold, I'll have you know room. How have you found this experience today?
It's been really good actually. I like the format this year that they've just got one stream, so you haven't got to be constantly deciding, shall I go to this one or this one? Because from the title, you're not always sure which will be the most useful for you. So I think they've condensed it into one stream, works really well. It's all good quality stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I definitely think that streamlined approach is really helpful for allowing people to see as many of the sort of presentations as possible, because there's so many people with different experiences and different backgrounds. And as you say, you can never really know which sort of nugget of wisdom or insight that you didn't know is going to be the thing that you are actually looking for until you're there. So
it also forces you to go out of your your area. So, for example, we don't have any affiliate, even though it's called Affiliate Gathering, we don't have any affiliate links on our sites or anything. We may do in the future for some things if they make sense, but that's an area we don't know about, and I wouldn't know anything about it. But because you're sat there and they're talking about things, then you just learn slightly outside of your
Sort of bubble.
Yeah.
I definitely see that when even just in the presentations I've had time to catch today, there's already aspects in things like making TikToks or Reels that I'm not as well versed in, that I found really interesting.
Yeah, I have no idea about any of that stuff. Never used TikTok, heard of it. I've never made a YouTube video or all of these things. So it's all quite interesting to see what other people are doing, which is a completely different experience to ours.
And is this your first affiliate gathering, or have you?
No, I came last year. So I met Carl at Club 22 in Carlsbad with Ezoic. And that's the first I'd heard of it. So we came up last year. But I love York. It's a fantastic city. So I was really quite looking forward to it.
So you got an excuse to come to York and to then meet everybody else as well at the same time, which is a nice extra. As a sort of final question for you, moving on to the rest of the day, looking forward to it, is there any final session that you're excited about, or a particular company or person you're excited to speak to that you've not quite managed to yet?
I've just run through Claire on the Flickify thing. I'm looking forward to actually having a play with that because I've never touched it. There's a couple of other exhibitors that I want to visit. I can't remember what's on the schedule later on today. And also I'm hoping that we go to the rooftop bar again.
After our Ezoic masterclass yesterday, we went to a lovely rooftop bar, and there is an after party later. So there may be some more drinks at that bar. But Adam, thank you very, very much for graciously joining us today. I really appreciate it, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the affiliate gathering.
Cheers.
Hello, welcome back to the Ezoic live stream of Affiliate Gathering 2024. And we're now sadly coming to the end of the day. We are joined by the wonderful organizer himself, Carl Broadbent.
Hi, thank you for having me. Yeah, wow, what a day it's been.
It's been a long day, but it's been a fantastic day.
It's a year in the making, and it just flies by. It absolutely does. I always know it does. I never think it will, but deep down in my head, it will go really fast. But yeah, the run to it, I always think it's going to be, a big pressured long day, and it never is. It's normally gone so quick.
Well, there's such a sort of phenomenal schedule to put on, and there's so many different people and so many different aspects of the business they're sharing.
Yeah.
And yet, once you're in there watching them, it just goes like that.
Yeah.
Has there been any particular highlights for you today?
Yeah, there's a couple of really bits of information there. I'm always here myself. I kind of sometimes think I'm being a bit selfish because I think I put this event on for myself because I've been taking down notes, and there's a lot of similarities in the presentations. I never vet the presentations because I always want to be kind of surprised myself. I don't want to ever go in there with scripted things. So I see them for the first time when they're on stage, and it's remarkable sometimes how similar all their presentations are. They all maybe cover things like, we think of the website as just a website. It's not, it's a business. And we very rarely go, how's your business doing? It's always, how's your website doing? As if it's something not as important as a business. And yet, loads of presentations will mention that today. We get in that mindset.
Mm-hmm. I did, when I was in the presentation room earlier, I saw your reaction to that. It was fantastic when you were just thinking, I rarely think, what does the publisher themselves want? And the way that I'm thinking of this is actually really different. I'm thinking this is a website, and I'm not thinking of all the different variables that a business would naturally include, but a webmaster might not.
Absolutely. It's kind of sometimes we get a bit self-complacent because we think we know our audience, and I sometimes think in my own personal newsletters, I know what you guys want, and I'm just going to give it to you, and you're just going to take it. And it's like, have you asked me what I want? And and I can't remember which presentation it was there, but it was like, have you asked your audience? And I was like,
she knows SEO,
Yes, he does. And I was just like, do you know what? I forgot the last time I asked my audience, what do you want me to make videos on, or what do you want me to write blog content on? So yeah, I picked up again that loads of tips that I'm going to take away from that.
I'm glad to hear, for sure. We talked earlier on the live stream about She Knows SEO's chat as well.
Yeah.
I think that was so powerful, especially when people are looking to so many different sources for keyword research and what's Google going to do next. But just asking your audience is so simple, and it's almost the first step. But sometimes we're thinking so many steps ahead that it might not be something to consider.
Yeah, absolutely. I think sometimes as well we think we have a mapped out roadmap of the content we're going to produce, what people want, and we've realised now that things change in our industry so quick. And we need to sometimes scrap maybe our roadmap that we had or the content plan we had and refresh, and it moves so quickly. You can be top of one niche, ranking number one for everything one week, and suddenly that's not relevant anymore. Something else comes along. You just got to move quickly. But being a small publisher, you have the ability to do that. You can change so quickly. You go through a big corporate. I used to work for a top restaurant company, and for them to change anything took months of delegation, processes, and meetings. It's like, I only wanted that price change on that menu. Yeah, we can literally pivot our entire content strategy quickly. Yeah, so that's one of the best things. And like I say, that was mentioned in a lot of the presentations, how we need to think about what we're doing right now. There's still tons of opportunities out there, and we need to, there's new opportunities coming every single day.
Mm-hmm. That diversification, also pivoting, seems to be the word of the day today.
It's only been used, I've counted 4 times. I thought it was going to be about 50 times in every presentation, but it's only been mentioned 4 times, and one of them was by myself. So
you'd have to take partial responsibility for that. But I do think that it's definitely something that people have been focused on, that idea. When comparing to last year's affiliate gathering, would you say that there are any key differences in terms of what's being discussed?
Yeah, I think it's not so much a case of totally pivoting. I think it's more of a case of looking at the traffic you've got now, the customer base you've got now, the viewers you might have now, and seeing how you can make the most of that.
Yeah.
So that's not usually pivoting away totally. We're not kind of saying, you have a website about pets, we want you to go into corporate construction or something. It's more a case of if your whole thought process behind your website was just blog article, can you put some video on there? Could you build a course? Could you put some info product? That's what sometimes we mean by pivoting.
Yeah.
People often think, Kat wants me to come off my pet website and start making TikToks and stuff. I'm not, it's not that. It's maybe just pivoting your mindset about that website and what you can do with it, the possibilities. So I think we've opened people's eyes today that, it's like me, for instance, I have a few websites where I would love a course on there, but I'm not an expert in the topic, and it would take me 6 months for me to even get a course that was even a tiny bit decent. But I can go out and buy a course. I can now find a content creator who knows that topic well and say to them, this is what I need. I need a course from my platform. You're an expert. Can you jump on board? I'll give you full credit for it. I think it was Mad's idea. And I'm just like, how easy is that? I can have a course on every one of my websites. I don't have to be an expert in it.
Perfect.
So there's loads of great stuff.
Yeah, I've definitely seen. I've seen the word collaboration a lot today as well. That people think of ways that their website can interact with other websites and build those natural networks that then you can fall back on even after those helpful content updates wreak havoc. And a lot of our publishers at Ezoic, when we're talking about recovery, have also asked, how do I kind of understand what other people are going through and how are we in this together?
Yeah.
And exactly as you said, being able to work together or find ways to collaborate, to share courses or share Facebook groups or marketing and similar niches can be really, really powerful.
And like we said, there's people out there that have some really good ideas, really good courses, info products and stuff, but maybe they're not seeing the success that they should do for whatever reason. They've not tripped the algorithm up, or they've not tripped the YouTube algorithm. Something's not happened to them that's made them more successful. And you can then go and help them out and say, I think you've got some great content on there. You have an amazing course, you're just not getting seen. Let me help you. Can I promote it on my website? Come over, let me share collaboration with you, and maybe you'll get some exposure out of it. I've got more content for my readers.
Yeah, it's a two-way street.
But sometimes we get a little bit like, nope, it's me, sat in my office or sat in my living room, not doing anybody.
Yeah.
We need to break out that a little bit.
Sometimes people think, especially the sites that are in similar niches, you can only think of them just competitors.
Don't talk to them,
There are so many millions of websites out there that it's always better to have friends.
Yeah.
And that adage of rising tides raise all ships, I think, has really shown in some conversations I've overheard that people have been talking about similar things, to go into a business or start new sites in similar niches.
Yeah.
And actually thinking, well, if we do this together and we make this a team effort, it's so much easier to be consistent.
Yeah.
And that consistency means I'm probably not going to end up trailing off after 6 months and forgetting about it.
100%. There's a gentleman, he was on a gardening website, and he just collaborated with another gentleman gardening website, and he wants to sell a product that he has, and they're just kind of like, we're competing in the gardening niche, but we're not competing for this product. So why don't we work together on that product? It's just literally a win-win. You're not stealing my thing, I'm not stealing yours. We're both going to get this product selling on our website. And they're both like, and I told them shake hands, and I literally got told them, is that deal done? And they're like, that's great, So we can't be too afraid sometimes. I think Emma said she's risk taker. And I think sometimes we're having to sit back and just trundle along and not take any chances. I think sometimes we might need to go, do you know what? I'm going to reach out to that website and say to them, can we do something together? You're doing amazing, I'm not doing amazing. Together, we might do something amazing. So,
And you might as well give it a go. Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the fantastic things about this event, is it brings people together that might not often have those opportunities to either chat or chat in such a constructive way, because I think the way people interact with each other on social media versus being able to speak face to face, it induces a lot more collaboration and being able to put aside differences or find ways to collaborate that you might not have thought about before. So I think it's a really unique part of the affiliate gathering.
Yeah, the whole concept behind this was just me to get people together. Originally, the concept was I just met with a friend of mine in a cafe. We was talking about websites, and Marie, my business partner now, literally sat there with heart sold and just said, is this all you guys do? I said, yeah, because we don't meet people that know what a website is. Somebody said to me the other day that he was just saying to his wife that, I can't log into my Google Search Console. She was like, what the heck that is? He said, but I talked to somebody here and they were like, oh, I'll help you log in there. And it was just, it was like, you know what I'm talking about.
You feel seen.
Yeah, so, Marie said, are there more people like this? I said, there's millions of people sat behind desks and worktops, laptops, and on the sofa. I worked on my sofa with my laptop for 3 years, and they just don't connect with people. And whether you do it at Affiliate Gathering, whether you do a local event, a local business, there's just been a local Yorkshire business event around the corner that was held on the same day. And I'd have loved to have gone round and just said, hey, I'm in the online business platform, and they're probably bricks and mortar, but have you thought about a website and can we collaborate? There's lots of opportunities. So I think it's so important building those networks, and it's been the best part for me. I have names and contacts in my phone I never thought I would have. And I know I can just message them and they'll be like, it's the free website account, what's the trouble? And it's so helpful to have that.
Yeah, I think that is definitely the most important takeaways from this, is building that networking connections of people, as we said before, that you can work with in a case of, oh, I'll help you out here if you need anything, because I know how this feels. I've been in this situation before.
Yeah.
And especially for independent, they don't meet people that have got a website. They have a website, their friends probably don't have a website, and so you reach out to people that you can see in person.
100%. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. When I first started, I was still working a corporate job. I was a manager in a supermarket, quite a decent high level. So I was in a lot of meetings all the time. And just before I went to a big meeting, my boss got hold of my website and he put it up on the screen in front of everybody, and he literally roasted me for that. And it's like, nobody understood. They just thought he's just got a website. It was a joke. It was something. And then none of them knew what I was doing. Nobody connected with me, apart from I met one person in the supermarket who, after the meeting, kind of went, I've got a website.
Hey.
And it was literally that sparked the connection.
Yeah.
And slowly, over about 6 months, my boss got right into it, to the point every day he'd pull me into office and go, sit down. I'd sit down and go, how's your website doing? He got so interested into it. He's like, I've got an idea. And it was like, and he just used
I love that.
You literally, yeah. So
completely turned around.
yeah, absolutely, So you just never know how these things start. But yeah, it's funny.
It's a bit of a website, I think. Once people start to get into it, then they start to properly understand what we do, and then suddenly this whole world opens up that they didn't see before.
I think website and video. I mean, I've practically pivoted at the moment from written content to a lot of video, because for me it was a low price point to get in. Videos don't cost me nothing to get my phone out and sit. I know it's hard to get the phone out and phone my face. I've just refused the photos because I just hate having the photo taken. But I'm happy to jump on a TikTok video and sell a product on TikTok.
Yeah.
So there's so many opportunities in that. If you want to do video content, you can do. If you want to do faceless videos to back up your blog article, you can do. If you want to get original images on your website, it doesn't cost you anything to take an image. It doesn't cost you all to put a video on.
Yeah.
Everything like that you put on your blog post makes it unique, makes it different, makes it less copyable. Nobody can copy it.
Exactly.
So there's so much we can do, and that's what I'm really excited about, because even though at the moment a lot of people are like, it's a bit doom and gloom, Google's hit us and all this lot, it's just like, just do something else.
Yeah.
Keep with your blog, but just think about your content differently. You'll still get traffic to it.
Well, I think that's a great point about being original. We talked about it in the Ezoic masterclass yesterday, and it's all about, if this isn't working, let's try something different. What have we got to lose? Then there's so many different avenues from different ways of utilizing AI as a sort of assistant or editor rather than just a writer, using videos, using vertical videos or horizontal long form content. There's so many different things that you can give a go of now.
Yeah.
And almost this Google update has hit quite a few people back, but it's also given people a pause for thought and ways to say, oh, actually, I've been doing something the same way for a long time.
Yeah. I think we got complacent.
Really
I think if I'm honest, I got complacent. I got to the point where I was just like, I'd wake up, bang out a blog post, blah, 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 same old, stick it on the site, nothing's happened. And then now I totally look at things differently. Stuart at SEO Jesus just said to me now, I just told him what I'm going to do with the video that we've created here, the content we've got, and I'm like, I'm splicing this up, and that will be copying up that, and he's just like, oh my God, you just got like about 10 different media sources out of that one video. I'm like, yeah, he's got, I'm genius, So yeah, there's so many opportunities you could do, and at the end of the day, it's about getting traffic to your website. And it doesn't really matter where you get that traffic from, as long as that traffic keeps on coming.
Exactly.
You know, ideally, we get all that Google traffic comes back, and you've built all that social media traffic or all that video traffic. But for me, like I say, that originality is key. A friend of mine has a music video, and I read one of his articles, and it was it's that kind of sound of music, and he did an article about AirPods and how they connect to these Wi-Fi equipment and stuff, and all the images on it were just like stock images of AirPods.
Yeah.
Like 10 stock images. I'm like, do you want an AirPod? And he's like, yeah, I've got my AirPods here. I'm like, why didn't you just photograph your phone? I literally stuck him in his ear and took pictures for him. I said, right, get them off your website, put them ones on, done.
Solid.
And he was like, I didn't know, yeah, I hadn't thought of that.
Yeah, it's just those little changes in just even publishers having the opportunity to chat to each other can have that spark where you just think, oh, why isn't my title here? Or why isn't this template on my site? Or why have I not tried a top 10 list? You know, it's just those little moments.
Little things like I'm testing now, like things like chatbots, you know, for your website, where you can actually get a chatbot that messages you to say somebody's on your website and they're looking at something, and you can be like, hey, can I help you? I just see that you just looked at that new pair of shoes. Are you interested in what size they've got? And you can talk on the phone to somebody that's on your website, which is never done that before.
Yeah.
All we've done is, I don't know what's on my website, there's 50 people on my website, I don't know who they are.
Yeah, I guess I'll check next week.
Now you can literally connect with them and go, hey, I see you're on my website. And it's just nuts.
It's crazy.
It is, there's so much we can do.
Now, moving forward to maybe next year or future events, could you give us a little teaser, if possible, to close out our wonderful live stream in the event? Is there anything that we can expect in the future?
Every year is different. Every year is different. I tend to try and cover what's popular at the moment, so what everybody's interested in, you know. So, you know, when Pinterest was really popular, you know, we got Jen Stambrook on, who did some Pinterest stuff, and I tend to move with the topics if possible. So I'm trying to get as many people to cover as many topics as possible. So it will depend on what's happening next year, because we know how quickly it's changed this last 6 months, hasn't it? You know what I mean? Who knows in 6 months' time what the next trend or thing craze will be? But we'll make sure whatever it is, we'll cover it. And I have just had a couple of requests for people wanting kind of not so much side hustles, but how to build other income streams and traffic sources. We touched on it a lot today, but maybe we'll have some more focus. You know, if you want to build a Facebook group, you want to start a YouTube channel, maybe we'll have some step-by-steps like to get you going. Because I want to build a great Facebook group, but I'm still a little bit, to be honest, unsure when I get on exactly what to press on my keyboard. I want people to go away and go, all right, okay, I'm going over, it's starting tonight. So maybe a bit more content like that. But again, I don't know what the future holds, but whatever is popular at the time, I'll try and get it covered.
I thought that's a very good teaser. That's a very, very good teaser.
We've had Jesus here this year. We've had, you know, again, I don't know how I can top having Jesus
himself.
here. Yeah,
this is very, very
yeah, I don't know who else I'll top that with, so I think we look good this year.
Yeah, the side hustles, I think, for sure. The practicalities of not just, oh, this is a good idea, but this is a good idea, and here's how to do that. That's a
more of like kind of a step by step. You know, we keep telling you Facebook's good, you need to do it, but you know how to do it. Let's get some slides up and show you step by step. You know how to do it. Maybe we'll cover a bit more of that next year.
Sometimes that's what stops people. It just says, "Oh, I'll put it off till next week. I'm not really sure how to do it." So just those little things.
It could be one button that you need to press that you're just unsure of. You know what I mean? You might get a slide that says that's what you need to click to get started. That might just help you, you know, get going on a different path. So what's to come? I'm always excited about it. I say I never know what the presentation are about. I try and get a broad topic, but I always love seeing where it is. And I've took away a lot of things today. So I hope everybody else has as well.
I'm glad to hear. And it has been my first affiliate gathering. It's been absolutely fantastic. So many publishers that I've spoken to before, and it was wonderful to see in person, or people that I had absolutely no idea existed before today. And it was wonderful to meet them.
By the way, you've got your presentation on stage. You've got your trophy for the best dressed person.
Thank you very much. I'm so sorry, guys. We're gonna have to wrap up the live stream.
I'm going to step in next year, sorry.
But on a serious note, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
It's been a fantastic event.
Thank you. My aim for this whole event is that everybody goes away making new friends, making contacts, and getting some support. Whether they learn anything on the day, that's irrelevant for me. I just want you to go away with some support networks. I hope people will text each other tomorrow going, he said he'd show me how to do that. That's what I want.
I definitely think you've achieved that. I really do. So congratulations again.
Thank you very much.
And thank you again for watching. This has been a fantastic live stream. We've chatted to a whole bunch of people. We're going to wrap things up now and finally move out of this slightly chilly room So thank you for joining us, and hopefully we shall see you next gathering. This will be available on, I believe, all of our Ezoic socials after this is ended, and we'll also have the individual chats so that you can watch them back if you'd like to.
Can I just say a big thank you to Ezoic as well? You guys have supported the community year on year, and I do appreciate it.
Oh, thank you. Right.